Hi. Sorry. It's me in the morning. Um anyway, hi. We are at the moment figuring out trees. Eventually we're probably gonna build some houses and put in some other trees, and I didn't bother to grab them. Yeah, fun. Okay, anyway. But I'm also eating breakfast, so please pardon me. So yesterday Squibs uh wanted to play Xbox with me, but I was trying to finish that chapter. Well, then after dinner, I started another chapter. I know, bad mom, bad mom. But I started another chapter, and I was almost done with it. I just have one more page to go, and I don't know why he didn't get on with me afterward, except for that I was appearing offline. um. Okay, trees all done. Yay! I may put in trees on this side too. I don't know. I'm still thinking about that. Okay, we've got to find the pink 2 story. Oh, there we go. Okay, so that go there. Oh, I don't need that. I need this. I'm pretty sure. Well, I want it just in case. Um, and I don't know if I built the rest of those. Okay, so oh, maybe we need because we didn't the rest of the trees. I don't know. So far, we got 2 trees in every yard. Ooh, that would be really hard. Driving a chariot with no wheels. Okay, I don't know if that was playing in the background and um I don't mind it being on my video, but technically okay, how about I pause it because I think that's a little too loud. Yeah, I think that's a little too loud. Okay. Um, I try not to, I try not to have stuff that's not mine or stuff that's that I haven't asked. Can I put your streams on my yeah, I mean, like, can I listen to your video um while I'm doing something else? I try not, you know, if they say no or if they totally ignore me, try not to put anything on there just in case. Especially Disney stuff at the moment, because I've got 3 people that go to Disneyland every day, or just about every day, and that I watch, and I want to make sure that nobody gets upset at me about that. Like, oh no, she had my video in her background. I know one person who said, "Yeah, sure." I don't know if he remembers. I said, "Yeah, sure." I mean, he said, "Yeah, sure," but um, yeah, I think as long as you tell who it is, then they should be perfectly fine. And I don't know. I guess I don't know if I would be mad, but I don't think I would. I think I'd be like, "Oh, oh, I got a gift membership for oh, that's so cool." Aw. Okay, you got a gift membership. Enjoy 1 month access to Pop's Disney Adventures. That's so cool. I still don't know what to do with the gift membership, except for that sometimes they have extra special. Most people that can have gift memberships, um, they'll do like a extra special um stream or video just for the members. Speaking of that, I can have subscribers. People can gift memberships. I guess I can buy memberships, but I don't know how. And there's sub points, and I can get money from Twitch Turbo. So um, I'm telling people about that as much as possible. Okay, this is driving me nuts. I don't know if I should like start doing just one side of the street at a time or what. But it is driving me a little crazy to do both sides of the street at the same time. Yeah, okay, that's the block. Okay. So I've seen Moana, but I have not seen Moana 2, and I'm still wondering why she's telling the ocean, take it back. Please don't spoiler alert it for me, but it is driving me crazy. Um, so, so, one of the ones that I watch all the time is Pop's Disney Adventures, and that's partly because he doesn't just show the, you know, he shows the Disney merch He shows the rides, but he also shows the Disney ducks. I'm pretty sure if he ever saw a Disney cat, that he would show them too. But the Disney cats, they know their job. They totally know their job. Um, they are there, although one time somebody must have been sleeping on the job, but you know, they know their job. Stay out of view, and that would be really cool. I just thought of that. um Anyway, stay out of view until you're needed to keep, the rats and vermin away. I don't know if there's other vermin. I just know that there are rats. But they've got a whole bunch of Disney cats on property that are supposed to stop that from happening. And one night, um, like one day, uh, the other one that I watch, what's her name? Well, her name's Christine, but I can't think of her channel name. I will find out. Hold on. After I add this to the mix. Okay, what is her name? See, I'm not seeing anything from her. Now I feel bad. I can't remember their name. And I can't wait until that. Yeah, I don't have her on here. Oh my goodness. Well, I'll have to go through my subscriptions later. Now I feel bad because I can't remember her name. Oh, wait, that's not what we needed. We needed, yeah, that. Is there a way to figure out what I'm subscribed to? No, of course not. Not over here, anyway. Or at least not right now. Dang it. Okay. Well, anyway, her actual name is Christine, and uh, she's always wearing Mickey Mouse ears or Minnie Mouse ears to Disneyland. She's got blonde hair, and she doesn't always go on the rides, which kind of drives me crazy. But like who pays $180 something dollars? Well, she's probably got like the I live in Anaheim pass. She's probably got the year-long pass or whatever you actually call it. Um, so this will be so anyway, she can go anytime she wants, I think. Or anytime that she can get a reservation. Okay, so We're still in the framework. Oi. Okay, so I think we're going to start doing this one side of the street at a time. We'll come back and because fence hopping is driving me a little crazy. Or, well, street hopping is, side of the street hopping is driving me a little crazy. Eventually we will start building houses, probably today, I hope. I'm just trying to get the trees all in, um, all put in, all grown up, and then we can put in some actual houses. And there's that bee in the construction site again. He's actually grown out of the construction site and gonna go uh, sting somebody or try to find some. The grass is that way. That way. This way. Come on. Well, fine. You keep playing with the spruce trees. I don't think you're gonna get any honey out of them. I don't know what a honey tree looks like. Okay. I mean, except for on Winnie the Pooh. That's different. If I have to, I will totally put a barrier block along that wall, but hopefully I won't. I think I got these with bone meal yesterday. Some of them, apparently. Anyway, I think the trees look pretty nice. And they establish what street it is, so even if you can't read the sign, you can definitely see what street it is. Maybe we'll put some track down too, because I do want this to be a tour. That's two trees, and that is two trees. Anyway, I went and took all my 3 hour, 4 hour, 6 hour. Actually, that one was closer to 7, but it started with the 6. Because it was like 6 hours, 57 minutes, and something seconds. Anyway, I put those all at the top of the list yesterday so I could uh, stream and keep the screen open. I mean, keep the screen from going black because I was streaming. Oh, what the heck is this? I went and worked on this yesterday, and I thought I filled it all in and filled them all in, and no. Okay, so we'll have to go back through and make sure they're all filled in. Yeah, I think I was doing pretty good yesterday. Um, the only thing was that, okay, so on editing my book, and all 6 of my books are available on Amazon, by the way. You just go into Amazon, type in Tina Rash Books. TinaRashBooks. You should find Pirate's Daughter, Misfortune, Hard Times, Esperanza's Party, The Island, and Adopted Coral. But yeah, I was editing my book and I was like, okay, this scene should be by itself, Morgan and Hayden talking, and then this scene over here, Sean and Jesse talking, was next, should be a separate, and Ashley talking to Chantel ought to be a separate. So then that made a whole bunch of separates. Well, then what was next? Hold on. Okay. So after that was Morgan and Hayden again. No, there is not going to be any multicolored unless they have cobblestone down here. There's going to be no multicolored houses. I mean, they're representative houses anyway. They wouldn't necessarily all look like that on the inside, but they are pretty good houses. Like I was thinking earlier, we could actually put stairs right here and have you come out of the kitchen to go into the garage if we wanted. We're going this way, aren't we? I don't know. Yeah, we just went past the multicolored house. Okay. Tree, and sapling. Sapling and tree. I was hoping that it would come up the first time. Tree. If you happen to hear loud noise, the gardener's outside. I mean, I hope y'all aren't hearing that, but I'm sure you are. Speaking of y'all, I never did get to watch that Life on the Farm video. So, Life on the Farm is a family that I found that apparently lives in Mississippi, and they live on a farm. So, so they went on vacation, and I don't know why, and they don't know why either, but the ants invaded. And, and I think the people that they rented the house from, I'm not going to say the company, but I think the people that they rented the house from is trying to say that they brought the ants or something. I don't know, because like I said, I haven't seen the video yet, but just beware when you go on vacation and you rent, another person's house, or, it's what do they call it? A B&B or something like that. Anyway, whatever it is, just be careful because some of those places can be really horrible. Uh, like when me and my sister went down to Arizona, our brother met us. He flew. He's like, I ain't going in the car with you guys. um. Anyway, when we went down there, we were renting a house from somebody. Not a house, we were like renting their guest house. And she was spying on us the whole time. Literally spying on us. And, she doesn't know us from anybody else. So, she didn't know if we're like, having a interesting weekend with the guy that was staying with us. She didn't know that that was our brother and we wouldn't even go there. Why would we kiss our brother? But she didn't know one way or the other. And we normally just, the stuff that we need to use for the day, we just, leave it out. And so she said we left it dirty and nasty. And it's like, we didn't touch anything but the bed and the couch. Um, we literally did not touch anything. So, it was an unfounded accusation, but that's what she tried to put on there, and they wouldn't even give us our money back. She didn't. She locked us out. It was horrible. Anyway, but mad props to Hilton again. They've got a Hilton in Tucson, Arizona, where we were going because it was for Mama's memorial. Um, anyway, mad props to them though, because they had somebody who happened to be awake at uh, 2 o'clock in the morning. Let us in. We had to go and contact our husbands. Thank God they were still up. I think they were up playing video games or something. Um, at my sister, at my sister's house. Um, oh, my husband and my brother-in-law. Anyway, we went and contacted them and told them how much it was going to be and everything, and they said, yeah, do it to stay the night. So we got to stay well, it was 2 nights, but it was really only one night. Um, because we got there so early, late, whatever you want to call it, uh, that they only charged us for the one night, and I was so grateful. And I will give them a shout out. I'm not getting paid to give them a shout out, but I am giving them a shout out. And the guy kind of looked like, um, he probably wasn't because he lives in Arizona, but he kind of looks like he's like a Snoopy. I guess like his shape and all that, but I think he's even taller. But anyway, the guy was really nice and unfortunately we got a room on the third floor. And they had it was kind of cool because their lobby had a really high ceiling. Like they had 4 or 5 floors, and their um their lobby had a really high ceiling. So it looked really cool, but for two women that are definitely afraid of falling from heights, um it was not an ideal situation, but we dealt with it. Anyway, so so we've put in the 2 houses. They're over there somewhere. We put in the 2 houses for Emily and Rick, and we put the cobblestone at the bottom. I'm starting to think that we need 2 rows of cobblestone instead of just one, though. I don't know. It just, it doesn't look right with one, but it looks too much with two, and you can't do slabs. Let's don't think you can. No, and there's no stripped wood slabs, so I guess you can't. Um, putting up my footrest. Ow. It's putting up my footrest, and then all of a sudden my ankle's like, no, you don't want to put up your footrest. Oh, that's not gonna work. Okay. Um. So. Oh yeah. So the first chapter is looked innocent. So that's Morgan and Hayden talking, and then so wait a minute is chapter 2, and that's Jesse and Sean talking. I say Jesse because he's the one saying, so wait a minute. Then the third one is Ashley and Chantel talking. And then, and then back to Morgan and Hayden. And, um, you know, Hayden does not want Sean dating Ashley at all whatsoever because he thinks that Sean's going to mouth off to the wrong person and get killed. And then, obviously, she's going to be pregnant by then with their first child, and Morgan and Hayden are going to have to help raise the baby. That is an odd. Well, I'm just saying, this does not look like a healthy tree. That looks like a healthy tree. That looks like a healthy tree. That does. That does. That does. This does not look like a healthy tree. I mean, I could take it out and try again. But, yeah, what's up with that? Wait, is that even the... Yeah, okay. Do I have the... Yeah, I have the... I'm gonna try again, because this is not a healthy tree. We'll plant some fresh grass. It's just determined to not be... Oh my goodness. Maybe that's a bad patch of grass. Maybe, there's like some kind of... You know... even though I just put that in, maybe it's like... there's some kind of disease under there or something. All the other trees are coming up good trees. And then there's that one that just doesn't want to. That's so weird. I didn't know you could have disease where your grass is so that's not too bad I mean, that's not too good either, but they'll probably make, the two trees will make friends and maybe fuse together above the above the wall here, like that. So it's all made out of stone or cobblestone, so I don't have to worry about it's all made out of stone or cobblestone, so I don't have to worry about it it messing up anything, because like when you have two trees on either side of a fence, sometimes you have to worry about it knocking it over or something. We'll just say or something. Yeah, we'll just say or something. I couldn't think of anything creative to go with it, so we'll just say or something. Okay. Now we'll do this side of the street. And cherry trees are weird in Minecraft. You know, they grow up here and then go out there and up again, and they're just kind of weird. Only problem is, see, and it won't, you know, I can do that until the cows come home, basically. But that was in the way. There, now it looks like the tree's holding up the side it's supposed to. Is there something in the way? Doesn't look like anything's in the way. Oh, yeah. That one right there. Okay. So he's watching when the parade's over the water on this video. And all of a sudden they were playing um, that song about the rainbows from the Muppets. And it was like, huh? I thought they ditched those guys. Or at least they did in California Adventure. They had like a experience or a ride. I don't know. I never got to go on it, but it was the Muppets, and I was like, you know, just now I was thinking, didn't they ditch them because they took it out? That's annoying. Okay. So normally a tree would just grow into the other tree this way. I know, in reality it's way too close. Way too close. But there. Okay, I've kind of given up on eating breakfast, and that's not okay. There they go! Emily's house, Rick's house. I don't know why I made it pink. I just decided to make it pink. But Emily's house and Rick's house. And like I said, I kind of. Yeah, I've got it. Okay. Um, you know, I kind of like it as this, but it's too, you know, it's kind of too much. Well, like, it's not supposed to be cobblestone on the inside. But if this was a real house, that would be a white wall anyway. Okay, so I'll leave Rick's house alone for now. I keep feeling like there's ants crawling on me, and there's nothing. And no, it's not my hair. Because that's up and behind me. Yeah, I think I kind of like that. Except for when you go inside, but there's gonna be like furniture in here and stuff. Um, See, that doesn't look right. But like I said, there's gonna be furniture here. There's gonna be a couch here. There's gonna be oh, I could put a table here or something. Oh, so we're supposed to be getting an update on Dreamlight Valley, and I'm not too happy about it because it's supposed to be inside out characters. I don't like that movie. Like, literally, who moves and not even talk to their kid once about it? And if you do, shame on you. You should always tell your kid if you're gonna, if you're gonna be moving, especially if you're gonna be moving to a different neighborhood. Ugh. Anyway, okay, I'm gonna take a bite of food and we'll continue the treats. Yeah, I think he's in California Adventure. And except for the nighttime um water parade things, I don't understand what that water is doing. Like what its purpose is. Nope. Now the tree will grow. Nope. Still doesn't want to grow. Ah, no wonder. Oh, and if you're wondering what that crinkled piece of paper, well, crumpled up piece of paper thing that I'm using is, it's called bone meal. I don't think it actually has anything to do with paper. It just looks like that to me. Looks like a, it looks like a wadded up first draft of a play or a book report or. Oh my goodness. No. Oh boy. I missed the trees on both sides. So, one of the things that I was um, wanting to watch from yesterday is this video that said that there was fake premium shop items that might mess up our save. I don't think us on the Xbox side have to worry too much, but the people that are playing that play Dreamlight Valley on computer, they probably do. But anyway, I wanted to watch it just in case it does, just in case it uh, will mess with my save, because I've got save from September 20, September 2022, and that's when the game came out. Pretty sure September 7th, 2022. I've had the game since August because it was like, hey, we'll give you this free game if you play it. And I was like, yeah, that looks great. I didn't know what it was, but, I was like, it's Disney. I'm in. So, it being a free game, although for some reason my Xbox keeps trying to sell it to me as if I don't own it. Uh-huh. Nope. Guess I gotta take that out too then. I just realized that Disney has kind of forgotten about the rescuers, Robin Hood, um, they haven't entirely forgotten about the Jungle Book, but pretty much. The older classics. I was gonna say the old classics, but that doesn't sound right because old usually makes it sound like you don't care about it anymore, and I certainly do. Okay. So we're getting some of these trees in. Anyway, I did want to make my viewers aware of that if you also play Dreamlight Valley like I do, um, there may be some not nice things going on. Um, okay. Oh, that's why. Huh. Cherry trees are very reasonable. Oh, okay. And it's not being reasonable, is what I was trying to say before I figured out the problem. Okay. Cherry trees are like, I'll grow, yeah. See, it looks like it's all one big tree. I think that is so cool. It just looks like one big tree. Now, when you're walking down the sidewalk, you might have a little bit of a problem. Because it might get attacked by a cherry tree. And technically, since they're cherry trees, there should be little cherries falling down, not necessarily the petals, but that's okay. We can leave it at, you know, the petals, leaves, whatever you call them, dropping instead. I don't want a redo. Yeah. Okay. Um, it's just not that important. Oh. Yeah, that's not gonna grow. Because the tree trunk's in the way. There we go. Aristocats. That's another one that they kind of ignore. It's almost like they're saying, oh no, this wasn't great, and, hello? Thank you. It's almost like that they're saying that this isn't great, or it's like old, you know? I'm like, I will still pop that into the DVD player and play that. Whole bunch of them. Um, it's not just about Frozen and Tangled and anything newer than that. Okay, so that, okay. I think it's a thing of I'm actually putting them too close, but they've got 3 spaces. I guess with cherry trees you need like 5 spaces. But it didn't look okay bringing it in one more. Um, anyway, okay, so after Fine, where Hayden and Morgan are continuing their conversation, um, we've got breakfast. Well, okay, so I'm sitting there and I'm putting together breakfast, and then I realize that there's another pause, and it's in a totally different room than breakfast because it's right outside Sean and Jesse's door. So, there's a tree missing. Maybe the squirrels decided that they needed a little fiber in their diet and eat the sapling because uh, it tastes like cherries. But according to Disney on Disneyland Adventures, maybe this is, what it is in real life too. But according to Disney, it's not the squirrels that eat the cherries, it's the baby birds. But um anyway, there's breakfast and then there's a pause, and I was like, that's not gonna work because it is a scene change, and I am trying my hardest to make sure that Well, I guess this one could have cherry trees. This is going to be a weird street because a weird section of the street because it's going to have this on one side. It's going to have, yeah, I don't know how to fix that. Really, the only way I could fix that, and I don't know if it would fix it, but the only way I could fix that is to go and put something uh, different over here. Oh, we're not doing cherry trees because we're what the heck? It was like doing one thing and then it like totally went dark. Like I wasn't going to be able to see anything kind of dark. Well, I guess they're going to have two different trees, aren't they? Okay, what's the tree on this side? Oh, we haven't picked up the tree on that side. No, it's birch. It's birch. It's birch. It's birch. And then we'll go and figure out the rest of the trees. 'Cause that's what people normally have. They don't usually have two of the same tree in their yard. But the only reason why we're doing it is because that's the way the land is laid out. You know, that is Cherry Street. This is Birch Street. Wait a minute. Do we have a hole in the world? No, we don't have a hole in the world. We do have super loud uh, instruments of lawn care outside, but I guess they were like right outside our door. I don't exactly know, but it was loud. Okay, so now we have all the trees in place, and that's what we're starting to do on the other file. And I'm gonna keep the other file because, oh, okay, I get it. I'm keeping the other file until I have enough of this one done that I know where things went. The only problem is I have to go to my other file and see what would actually be a practical thing to walk to. Um, because that bar is like on a back street. Anyway, so after breakfast became its own chapter also. I didn't know what to call it because there's breakfast and then there's after breakfast. I just didn't know what to call it. I might call it Hold On. I haven't gotten far enough down the page to see what they say when Chantel gets there. Um, like I had just started page 14 or whatever it is. Um, I'll just stick with whatever it is because I don't remember. Um, like yesterday I was feeling okay. I was feeling bad because I couldn't play with Squibs. Squibs really wanted somebody to play with. Cause his friend Roger was playing Fortnite or something like that, but Squibs wasn't. So Squibs ended up playing. Oh, and uh, Roger is a gamer tag. It might be his first name also, but I don't actually know that. But for his gamer tag, he spells it Rawger. I love it. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Oh gosh, that that tree is like, I'm gonna be all over the place. See, I wish the tree was up higher like that, but that's okay. We're gonna finish putting in the houses on Oak Street and keep moving over eventually here. I think we'll take that out. Yeah. We still got to figure out which ones are going to be 2 stories, which ones are not going to be 2 stories. Preferably, uh, preferably the 2 stories are not going to be in the same exact spot as the other street. I would like it if they were, you know, over 1 or over 3 or something like that from where the other ones are. No. What is the problem? What is the problem? Oh, there's the problem. Because, like I said, cherry trees are very reasonable. They're like, yeah, I'll grow. So, anyway, I'm trying to get that book done before Christmas. So then, you know, I've been told that Dorrance is one of those that, like they say that they're gonna publish you and then, I mean, say that they're gonna publish you and then they go and take most of the profits. Well, I do most of the work, so I think I ought to get most of the profits. So I've got a plan that eventually here I'm going to reach out to some of the publishing companies that publish my favorite books and see if I can get in with them at a more reasonable price because first of all, Dorrance wants you to pay like $7,000 and then they'll publish you, which they say was going rate, but I don't know about that. I just chose the first publishing company that I saw that wasn't Amazon because Amazon doesn't seem to be making me much money. Um, but that's only because, like nobody knows that my books are available except for you all that I talk to every day, and then my family. So I'm getting just a little bit frustrated with that, but I'm not going to give up. I'm just getting frustrated. Um, oh, how did I? Oh my goodness. I'm just saying, how do you miss out on a whole entire wall when you were putting in walls? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So I did some of this wall work last night. It looks nice. I just got on here. I was like, I'm um it's not a permanent condition, but I was like, I am done with this story. I don't know why. And I wanted to do it. I but I just didn't have I didn't have the drive to do it. You with editing, you really need to be fully focused, and I just wasn't. And part of that was because Squibs kept talking to me, but eventually I just like um and that wasn't his fault because by then he wasn't on there. But eventually I was just like, you know what? We'll work on it tomorrow. I, I kind of deserved a break. I was just getting a little frustrated and but yeah, so far we've got breakfast and then after breakfast and the other chapters I mentioned. And then I think the next one, I'm not entirely sure, but I think the next one is supposed to be Hayden's tirade. But all that work that I'd already done, that's the reason it was getting, it was getting to me that I'd already done all this work and I've already put it together, but I have to go and redo it because I went and changed what title it was. Um, so I know the audio version isn't that important, but I mean, it's not that important to the creative genius that is me. I don't know if I want to call it genius, but I, like I said, I love my books and, I think they're great. And so do my cats and my sister, and if she ever gets to read one, my niece. So, so I guess I've been going to church. I didn't, I didn't think that they'd been going to church, but, 'cause they're always saying like they're always saying it like the church is, like so far away from their house. But I guess I've been going to church, and my niece got baptized yesterday. I thought that was really cool. And and yeah, I have nothing to go with that. Um, anyway, it's pretty cool that this is getting done so fast. I started rebuilding this. I don't know. I started rebuilding this year. That I do know. Um, I started rebuilding it this year, and I was just like, okay, I want this to be correct. It's got to have the cliff. It's got to have the ocean. It's got to have, this and that. And so I'm building it, and I think this is coming out even better than it did before. It needs some grass over here, though. One, two, three, four, five. Actually, the last time I built this, was the first time I tried to build the bowling alley. And I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. The way I built it. I'm hoping I can build it even better. Um, Even better next time. Um, what else did I build for like the first time? Oh, I built a couple of pizza places. One of them looks vaguely I'm not gonna say perfectly, but it looks vaguely like, ooh, AI, I could put buttons around it. Anyway, it looks vaguely like one of the pizza places around here. Or at least it used to be a pizza place. I think it's a winery or something like that now. But it used to be like a pizza place or an Italian restaurant at least. Anyway, I built the dentistry, and I thought that was pretty cool. Because um, dang it, hold on. Hello.
Hello. You still with me?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Lily with Accident Recovery Services. How are you?
Still have not been in an accident. And somebody's trying to sell me viewers for the second time today. Um, somebody was trying to sell me viewers on the earlier, and then now they're trying to sell me viewers again. I do not buy or sell viewers. It's not happening. Bug somebody else. One, two, three, four, five. I usually send them a warning, find out that they're not an actual person, and then I need to turn on the air conditioner. Anyway, I usually send them a warning and find out that they're not a real person, or if they are a real person, um I actually sent one to somebody and it was a real person, and they're like, "Oh, sorry." So, yeah, I don't buy or sell viewers. It's not okay. It's illegal. It feels like human trafficking, or at least one, two, three, four, five, or at least in um sharing people's personal identification information, and I'm pretty sure that's illegal too. If it isn't, hint hint, nudge nudge, President Trump. Um, yeah. I think it should be illegal, selling people's information. Because it screws up people's lives. Like, okay, so Sam Crenshaw is one of the characters in my book, and Adam Baker is another character. I've noticed that that's actually somebody's real name, Adam Baker, but I came up with that way before I saw that somebody's name was Adam Baker. And the person that I'm specifically talking about was on a movie or a TV show. Um, either as a worker or an actor, um, a behind the scenes worker. I mean, because they're all workers. They're just. Anyway. Um, one, two, three, four, five. Okay. Anyway, um, I noticed that specific name was on there, but my example is that like if Sam Crenshaw gets Adam Baker's information and then goes and sells it to Sean Pendragon, and Sean Pendragon uses it to try to sell Adam Baker some some real estate that doesn't actually exist. Like say some swampland in one, two, three, four, five. Like say some swampland in uh um Africa or something. I don't know if they have swampland in Africa, but trying to think of a place that wouldn't actually have swampland. Okay, no, okay. If I've never heard that there's swampland in Ireland, so we'll say, and he tries to send him, sell him some swampland in Ireland, and uh, you know, like 10 million uh attack damage Pokemon cards and stuff like that. That would not be okay. Or like or one, two, three, four, five. Or Sam gets Baker's information and he opens up a credit card in his name, runs it all the way up, and then doesn't bother to pay it. Then Adam Baker is stuck paying that credit card. It's not okay. Sorry, I went on a tangent, but it's important. I think we've actually had people do that to us before, and it's like, no, we didn't open up that credit card, and we did not run that up, and especially $10,000. Nobody would loan us $10,000 ever. Um, I mean, except for the real estate people. They loaned us enough to get the house, so after a big down payment. I was hoping for like a $5,000 down payment and we just like take a little longer to pay it off, but no, that didn't work. One of these days, through my book sales, I would love it if I had some book sales. Um, anyway, one day through my book sales, I would like to be able to pay my dad and my father-in-law back for the money that they've loaned us through the years. It would be really sweet to be able to do that. Especially since one, two, three, four, five. Especially since my father-in-law loaned us a large amount of money that they had gotten from um, you know, a relative passed away and they got money from that. That was supposed to be like their money to live on, and we're like, we could get out of your house a lot faster if you loaned us this money, and so they went with that. Every time we live at their house, I feel like I'm being dumped on. Because I am. Because my mother in law doesn't want me in the kitchen at all whatsoever. Cannot do dishes in the dishwasher. In the dishwasher. Hello? Dishwasher. One, two, three, four, five. Anyway, yeah. You have to do dishes by hand. It's like, no, you've got a dishwasher. But way back when like dishwashers first came out, they sucked. So my father-in-law doesn't trust them. It's like they've made tons of advances since then. And if you wash the goo out of your cup and then put it in the dishwasher, or you wash the goo out of your like if you're making spaghetti and you put the sauce in the pan and all that, one, two, three, four, five, rinse it out before you put it in the dishwasher because it's still gonna be dirty, taking the the sauce out, but with water right after you're done with it. Don't let it sit. Um, it'll it'll get stuck on there if you let it sit. But if you wash it out right away after you're done serving the sauce and put in the if there's more sauce than what you actually needed, putting that away in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Putting that away in a um, probably Ziploc bowl thing. Um, I only used Ziploc because that was the first name that came to mind, and I don't know a generic way to say that. um, I'm popular today, apparently. Hello?
Thank you so much for staying on the line. This is Stacy here. How are you doing today?
Depends on what you're trying to sell me.
This call is regarding a $0 health insurance plan that could help cover your insurance bills at no extra cost to you. So I just need to ask you quick questions.
We have house insurance, and we don't need any
You
more,
already
and
have
can't afford any more, and don't talk over me. That's rude. Have a nice day. I was just being rude because she started talking over me, and I was talking over her back. Either way. Anyway, I let all of those phone calls be on my stream to try to help people realize how stupid they're being. You can't sell extra house insurance to somebody who doesn't have a job. It just doesn't work. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And, unless somebody sells them that information, they're not going to know. So it wasn't really their fault, I guess. But, like, I, I really need to, like, well, I don't want to put my phone into, like, a pattern where nobody can disturb me until after I'm done streaming, because you never know if I'm going to be done streaming at 11 or if I'm going to be done streaming at noon, for one. But then for two, what if one of my kids got hurt and my sister-in-law's trying to call me up and say, hey, Squibs is in the hospital, and come quick. It will raise his spirits if you guys show up. you know, I would want to be able to hear that. Or, like, my Aunt Mickey said that she has cancer or something. I can't remember what she said. So it looks like she's next on the list. I hope not, but I am so hoping not. Because I'm pretty sure that she's the only reason why Uncle Jimmy and Uncle Gerald are going to church at the moment. Hopefully not. I mean, hopefully there's more to it than that, um, but, like, she's the glue keeping them together, and, and I don't want to lose the last member. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because, Grandma, I think Grandma went in, like, 2014, and Grandpa went in either the same year or 2 years later, or something like that. And, my husband's aunt and grandma went around that same time. And then, relatives have just been passing away. And I don't want to lose anybody else. One, two, three, four, five. I mean, everybody's got to go sometime, well, I was gonna say if we can get through 2025 without anybody, but you know, Coral already broke that idea. I know she's a kitty person, but she was a person. Yeah, she was a little sassy person. So, so it's kind of like nothing's changed, except for that we could actually go and pick up Coral and bring her to our laps and pet her for a little bit, and then she'd jump down. With Bobby, that's a little harder. Um, Bobby's our girl kitty. Okay, now, okay, so these two definitely have grass around them. I went and put that in yesterday. Well, I had this one actually. I didn't have it. I had nothing but concrete, and this one I had grass, and I was like, oh wait a minute, I gotta fix that. It was just kind of funny. Okay, so we're getting trees done. I'm kind of thinking, okay, so I'm kind of thinking that once I get all the front yard trees in, that maybe I ought to put some backyard trees in, but I don't know. I'm gonna get a second opinion from my husband. If y'all want to give me your opinion on the idea, please put it in the comments below. I'm really trying to get some more people to actually chat and leave messages and stuff. 'Cause normally I get chat not chat. Well, I need chat messages, but usually I get comments that comments on my Disneyland stuff, and I don't get a whole lot of comments anywhere else. Unless I like commented on somebody's video and somebody thinks I'm totally stupid. Um, I was arguing with somebody recently in a nice way. Well, I was trying to be nice. I don't know if they were. But, but yeah, I was arguing with somebody about something on the person's video, and I don't know what we were I don't even remember what we were arguing about. But the guy thought I was totally stupid. And it's like, I backed up my stuff with fact. One, two, three, four, five. Um, yeah, I don't even know what we're arguing about. It wasn't, like a I'm gonna kill you kind of argue. I said something. I commented on what was said or done in the video, and the person obviously, they were one of those people that likes to be toxic. They got in there and said that is totally stupid, unfounded, or something like that, and I like backed it up with something. And okay, that is not what we need there. That is what we. Would you? Thank you. Anyway, after we're done here, we need to go and get a different. After we're done putting in all these birch trees, we need to go and put in the next tree. And when we get to the spot where the cherry trees are supposed to be, we're just going to skip over them because we put them on the third street on purpose. Um, yeah, because I was either having yeah, I had to dream about that. So sometimes my story inspiration comes from my dreams, and this one was that um okay, this one was that Brandon's best friend Chase was throwing a party for him at the lake. And you probably saw from the other file that the lake is over there somewhere. Well, it's over there somewhere. Okay, so like there's water. There's a good amount of water, and then there's the military base, and then there's a good amount of water, and then there's some hill. Anyway, the lake ends up way over there somewhere, apparently. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And can we see Rick and Emily's house? No, of course we don't. Anyway, Rick and Emily's house is over there somewhere. I mean their houses. They don't live in the same house. Okay. Rick's house, Emily's house. Rick has a truck. Yeah, Rick has a truck. And he drove Emily to the lake. Well, then he couldn't drive her back again because the thing was acting up. Um, something was wrong. So Brandon has been learning how to take care, how to fix things like that from Sean and Jesse, who's taught themselves. Anyway, they've learned very well, and they can fix just about anything a car can throw at them, except for, well, no, he fixed that too. Never mind. I was gonna say except for if he didn't slow down right now, the engine was gonna blow. But yeah, he ended up fixing that too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, anyway, Brandon goes in and messes with it and gets it at least fixed for now. And so Brandon and Allison in Brandon's car followed Emily and uh, Rick and Emily home just to make sure. Well, they go into Rick's house, and she's going to spend the night there because he doesn't want her home alone. They're boyfriend girlfriend, so he doesn't want her home alone. And his dad's out of town. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, so then Brandon ends up calling up Sean, going, "I'm on Cherry Street and I don't know how to get home." So then Sean gives him instructions on how to get home, and he lies to Brandon that they've been offered to stay to stay overnight at Rick's house because it was getting foggy or dark or something like that. Although I don't think it would be. But anyway, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or it was getting late, something like that. It was probably that it was getting late. I had to change it because it was summer, and summer in America means that it does not get dark until like 10 o'clock in some places. Here it starts getting dark at like 8 o'clock, where uh, in the summer. Well, it's not summer. It's like just before. I mean, it's summer, but it's not the part of the summer where they're gone yet. They're gone on the ship. So it's like, just before that. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it's actually, I think, an early birthday. But anyway, whatever. Um, they, like I said, they end up, they're supposed to be home for dinner. And I think they make it home a little bit late, but they still get to eat. But Sean lied to Brandon to get him to come home, and said that Hayden was talking about tar and feathering him if he didn't get back soon. Oh, I was hearing something from the video, and I'm like, "What is that?" And I'm like, and then it was. It turned out that it was any volunteers from the Haunted Mansion. I've seen that too many times. Ace Snoopy, if you love the Haunted Mansion, Ace Snoopy goes there every day. I keep thinking that if I keep watching Ace Snoopy, that maybe I'm not going to want to go on Haunted Mansion when we go there. We're not going there yet, but if we ever got enough money to do so. I kind of think that I wouldn't want to go on Haunted Mansion, like, ever again. But then on the other hand, it's, like, different if you're in person. It's totally different. I just don't know if I could go on it as many times as he does. I do love it, though. But I love it as the Haunted Mansion. I do not love it as Nightmare Before Christmas overlay. I really don't. I mean, it looks good, but it's just not the Haunted Mansion. Like, how is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Like, all those characters, except for Jack Skellington, they're kind of alive. And so how's that haunted? If they were going to do that, they should have made a haunted mansion in California Adventure or something, and or like expanded the park in some expanded the park in some way that they could have had two haunted mansions. The original 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The original, and then the Jack Skellington one. And so it was the same but different. But I bet you they can't figure out how they did it. So 1, 2, 3. Like, they can't stop the playful spooks. I remember when in 1986, there were no playful spooks that stopped the ride and made it unrideable because it just stops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And you can't convince me that there is, um, one handicapped person going on there every 5 minutes. Because they don't even let you on every 5 minutes. They, like, we went to, um, we went to Pirates of the Caribbean and they let us on, um, we had wheelchairs because my sister had a problem where her legs were rubbing together and, causing friction, making it very uncomfortable because she was wearing shorts the first day. Well, she stayed out for a couple of days, but we went back. She came back on Thursday. And it's really a wonder that she didn't get kidnapped, but thank God. 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, but thank God, cause she's alive. She's alive and healthy, and well, I don't know about healthy, but hopefully, um, but she doesn't have any like cancer or anything like that. I just think that uh, generally in our family we don't necessarily have healthy eating habits. Like my husband, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, drinks Coca-Cola all the time and thinks that's okay and never drinks any water. You're supposed to drink water. And I don't think that the soda is doing him any good. Okay. Not the point here though. So we're gonna continue doing this. Ugh. So I started a little earlier today. I'm not gonna end a little earlier, but I started a little earlier because, it's Minecraft Monday. And I thought I could do this and eat at the same time. And it's working, but it's working, but breakfast is definitely getting a little bit ignored. Well, a lot of it ignored. Okay, so we're over here. That's the second part of the block from this direction. Anyway, it's the second part of the block from this direction. These trees usually refuse to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, there you go. There. Oh, I better do that on the other side, otherwise the tree will grow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 before I want it to. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I'm like sort of thinking that we need trees in the back here, but I don't know. Also, and I just realized that, just remembered that, um, some of the rides at Disneyland, uh, they shut down earlier, but then there's some that don't shut down until the park is done. Or, they'll still let you get in the queue and you'll be on the very last run, you know. But I don't think they should do that. Because if you're all supposed to be out of the park by, I, at midnight, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you're all supposed to be out of the park at midnight, then you ought to all be out at midnight, you know? But um, usually they let you continue shopping for an hour after the park is officially closed. That's just something I would like to be able to do. I'd like to be able to go every 3 years to Disneyland. Um, Release every 5 years. I thought 3 years was good though because, generally um, it was pretty much the same. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, until they took out America Sings. And that upset me because that was one of my favorite rides. But they're like, it's not making money for us. So it's like, okay. Well, yeah, maybe it's not making money for y'all because you didn't update it. You should have tried to update it first. Um, 'Cause they had music like up to maybe the 80s, but definitely the 70s. And they could have extended it a little bit more and made it they could have extended it a little bit more and made it um a little bit newer ride. And I think it would have been great. But they didn't do that, so okay, I'm gonna go try to find the pink house real quick. So I can drop off anything that's not the birch tree because we've got all the other trees in place. And because I'm kind of avoiding putting in the grass. Wait a minute. Oh, okay. That's two different blocks. There's supposed to be uh, one two-story house in each set of 7 houses. So there's the spruce house, and the oak house, and the warped stem house. There's the pink house, and sorry, and the crimson stem house, and the bamboo house, and the pale oak log house, And then there's the cherry log house. I'm making up a boo 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 boo. So, I don't know if you can copyright me, but I'd rather you not. Okay. Now, birch. We need more trees. We need a couple of more trees. That means 2. Couple is 2. Oh, so we need jungle trees. And we need acacia trees. And then eventually we'll come back and get the dark oak sapling. One of these trees might be the mangrove. I thought there was a super, super gray tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Where's the other tree? Oh, we're using the oak as the other tree. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Never mind. Okay. So, Anyway, when we're done putting in the birch trees, we'll put in the oak trees, and not the oak trees, but the next tree in the lineup, and the next tree, and the next tree, and the next tree. Yeah. It'll be a good thing. Dang, it got dark. Oh, we're gonna have to put in the power poles over here. Haven't done it yet, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That was fun. Okay. That was fun. Being sarcastic. Being sarcastic. Being sarcastic. Yeah, so I didn't mean to. I meant to listen to the song, but I didn't mean to turn it off. Red Solo Cup by Toby Keith. I could have sworn it was sung by somebody else, but apparently not. It was by Toby Keith. And then, anyway, I was listening to it, and the thing was that I didn't like some of the stuff that they were singing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That he was singing. So I went to put it in the playlist so I could listen to it later or something, and accidentally turned it off. And I told my husband, well, I don't like that song because it's something that was in the song. And he goes, you didn't even finish it. I go, not on purpose, or something like that. Oh my goodness. Oh, and the kitty cats had a breakthrough yesterday. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They usually have this breakthrough, but, Bobby cannot tell the difference between Ben and Sam. And apparently they hang out so much that they both smell the same, which doesn't make any sense, but whatever. And I go, Bobby was growling at Ben. Ben goes up there. He always talks sweetness to her. And meows, of course. But he always talks sweetness to her. And she is not paying attention, apparently, because she started growling at him. I go, I told her, stop that. That's Ben. And she's like, oh, okay. But she does not like Sam for some reason. Um, Sam doesn't like her back because uh, when she first got here, she was growling at both of them because they're, I guess because they're guys. I don't know. But they're both male kitty cats, and she's only been around girl dogs. So, so she was kind of like freaking out. Well, Sam remembers that, and he's like, I'm gonna get you back, cousin. And yeah, so it's not the best situation sometimes, but we're working on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And until we do finish working on it, 2, 3, 4, 5, we can't take her, like, for a car ride, or I know cats usually don't like car rides, but we take ours um, in the car sometimes. Well, we got a truck right now, but, we have been known to take them with us. Not Coral, Nancy almost got stuck in the car one time, but we got her out somehow. I don't know how we did it, but we did get her out. So it was like, that's it for you guys riding in the back seat. But the problem is that the boy kitties, they think that they need to drive too. Well, Coral did a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We don't know about Bobby because she's a little too sassy still. Yeah, that's what I need for Sam. Like, like, I need, um, um, you know, how like pet clothes have got a cute little plastic clippy doodle and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and your uh dog or cat gets out of that really quick. Yeah, I need something that like snaps in place and is not cute little plastic, because Sam gets out of that easily. I need something that will, like, I don't know, a harness, but it's a t-shirt. Probably probably thicker material, but something to where he can't wriggle out of that. But usually if I take them out, to get some fresh air, it will be. I still need to turn that air conditioner on. Anyway, usually if I take them out to get fresh air, take them out on a walk, it's definitely, um, That is weird. That looks like a odd shape. And then you go like that, and it's fine. Okay, maybe we'll only be putting in trees and grass today. I didn't want it that way, though. Um... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so the idea is that we put grass, um, 5 wide over here, 5 wide over there, and then we won't have to worry about that grass. We'll just have to worry about the grass at the end of um, the run. I mean, the grass that, in between the back of the house and the wall and the back of the next house. And we'll have to put in roads, of course. Okay, we're gonna come back in here. And that way we shouldn't blow off course. Vertical? I think he's saying he's riding Avengers Campus. Yep, that one didn't get added. And that one did get added. Wait a minute. Yeah, that got added. Oops. Okay, I'm gonna run that like that. It's kind of funny because if you're watching a video and then if you're watching like a video of a live stream. Okay, it's still talking. Anyway, if you're watching a video of a live stream and then you refresh it, it refreshes a few seconds ahead, maybe even a whole minute ahead, and you're like, wait a minute, that's not where I was. But I refreshed it because, first of all, I started that stream last night. But second of all, more importantly, I added some videos to the list, so you gotta refresh it so it'll play those too. But after I'm done here, in preferably 55 minutes, I'm gonna, I know, 55 minutes seems so long, but, oh, that's where the poker game's gonna be. Oh, okay, cool. Um, so there's a poker game because, uh, like the ladies went shopping or something like that, and there's a handful of people left to guard the ship while everybody's out doing something. Well, because it's New York, so there could be there could be a trip to the zoo, could be a trip to the Empire State Building, and they look down and, whoa, this is higher than the mast, or something like that. I haven't actually done that yet, but it would be kind of cool. Apparently there's a restaurant in a high rise where you can look over and see the Empire State Building. That one's on Sleepless in Seattle. I don't know why there would have been a restaurant way the heck up there, but there is. In fictional New York. So I call it fictional because it's only in my book, unless I'm wrong and it's in real life too, but I don't think it is. Because I made up that name, so I don't think that it would be anybody's name. I mean, I don't think it would be the name of a restaurant on Fifth Avenue. I was like, okay, Fifth Avenue is like, where all the rich, uh, you know, supposedly where all the rich people are, and and um, and so I was like, there needs to be a nice restaurant there, and Britannia should be the person running the restaurant because, they moved to, um, they moved to New York because that's where Matt is. You know what? Maybe that's what they were arguing about. Maybe Matt was homesick and Britannia didn't want to leave the kids and all of her friends. I kept trying to figure out what they could have been arguing about. Well, yeah. What if he was just homesick? And so maybe or maybe he, uh, started an argument and somehow the Irish government got involved, like the Irish CPS, um, and their kids got taken away, and for lack of anybody else to give them to, they gave them to Morgan and Hayden. Um, and so they got taken. I mean, so they moved to New York, and they're still, they would probably still be arguing about it because, Brittany is being taken away from everything she's known for the last few years, just to go back to um, his thing, and maybe Matt gets shot and she starts yelling inside her restaurant that, that wouldn't have happened if we were over there with them, and yeah. Ooh, yeah. I had to write that down. See, doing this is actually helping because it's coming up with ideas, and yeah, so nobody's been trying to talk to me since awesome whatever that says. Generality? Something. Um, since they try to sell me viewers, nobody's been trying to talk to me, unfortunately. But I did have, okay, Savannah underscore me, um, wanted me to join her Discord, and I'm like, okay. Because normally it's somebody trying to offer me art help, and I'm not trying to be rude, but all of the art help looks generally the same. Pretty much the same, and it's not the art help that I need because my books are about pirates. So, yeah, it's got a bunch of elements in there where it's, just, um, the pirates dating other pirates, the pirates dating the people that live in town, because they live away from town. But, yeah, there's, them dating the people in town. Um, it's a lot of okay, so it's like a lot of romance and family stuff, but there's also pirate stuff in there. Like to have sword practice and and martial arts practice. That's one of the things that I put in that they do because I don't know what that was all about. But one, two, three, four. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Anyway, and they have martial arts practice and um like kiss and have kids and all that stuff. But then like they'll meet an enemy pirate and in the one story everybody else has been captured except for William and Hayden, the younger William and Hayden, Jesse and Chantel's very first kids. One, two, three, four, five. Um, does that even make sense? That looks too small. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. We're fine. It just looks too small. That's so weird. Um, anyway, so they, for some reason, were the only ones that were left untied up in the brig. Or, yeah, untied up in the brig. Maybe they were tied up on the on deck, but I'm pretty sure they're all in the brig. And, except for a small handful. Because William and Hayden, the original crew, um, they were like watching and commenting on what happened, and anyway, so William and Hayden ended up trying to go into the um crow's nest. That's what it's called, a crow's nest. They were trying to go into the crow's nest, and the bad guys happened to see one of their feet slipping over the edge of the crow's nest. So, big problem there. Anyway, so big problem there. The two of the enemy pirates were sent up there after them. And I'm pretty sure that's the part where uh, William or Hayden, I can't remember which. William or Hayden, they're twins. Um, but I can't remember which. Uh, went and grabbed the rope and jumped out of the crow's nest and probably kind of. I remember Rapunzel wrapping around something. I don't remember what though. Anyway, I remember her like going around the something like if she had jumped out of the tower just so she would have been going around that, but that's not how it went. Can't remember though. Dang. Well, anyway, it was a cool move. Um, but yeah, they like kind of they jumped out to where they kind of um wrapped around the mast a little bit. But anyway, they landed safely. Well, the other brother still up there when the two guys came in, and I think that's when the mast fell over. because it wasn't assembled quite right. And and when the mast did fall over, it hit Hayden in the back. So he's paralyzed from the waist down, um, because of the blow to his back. Well, he's pretty much okay with that. He kind of figured it was going to happen one of these days. Um, he just kind of figured it was going to happen one of these days, so he's pretty much okay with it. Um, Morgan's there to help him feel better about it if he does get depressed, but other than that, he's okay with it. Um, what else can I oh well, I can't talk about that one. I can talk about parts of that one, but uh so so eventually there'll be a character named Holly, and she is uh the last one born out of the triplets that Daisy is going to have when she's a little older. Um, she's gonna have triplets when she's a little bit older. She's well, I can't say what age because everybody's not gonna want to read the book. Anyway, she's younger when she has them, but it's because the enemy pirates made her boyfriend do that. I mean, give her kisses, uh, and then she got pregnant with the 3 babies. So it has to be that extra special kiss. You gotta really love the girl and like, you know, that extra special kiss. So Holly is the third born, but they're triplets. So um, it's Michael, Joseph, and Holly. Well, Holly is the one that gets to captain the pirate ship, and she steals it a few years earlier than she's supposed to. I mean, she's not supposed to steal it, but um, she's she steals it when she's 18 instead of waiting until she's 21. So, there we go. Anyway, so they get everybody on ship, and one of I can't remember her name. I can't remember her name. I want to say it's Sandra. We'll just go that, and we'll just go with that, Sandra. Um. Anyway, Sandra is pregnant because she met a enemy pirate, and she thought he was gonna be nice, but he got kisses even without her permission. So, that day that they're about to, go off on their adventure, he comes back and he uh wants to give her another kiss after she has the first baby. Well, somebody stops him. I don't remember who. I think, well, two somebodies. So it's probably Michelangelo and Michael or something like that, or maybe Michael and Joseph. I think Michelangelo was in on that one. But anyway, whatever. Um, it's not important at the moment. Just somebody stopped him. So he ends up on the ship tied to the mast, and Sandra gets asked, "What do you want us to do with him?" And I think they decided to throw him on the island. so the natives can get to, so the natives can get him. That's all I'm telling you about the island, is that there's some natives on there. Now, once people start buying my books and I know that they've read that they've read the island, I will totally talk about that all day long. Well, maybe not all day long, but for a while. But this one I don't have to worry. The one that I'm telling you about right now, I don't really have to worry about anybody getting upset because you're probably gonna forget about everything that I've said. Um, and I'm telling it not quite as good as I would be able to if I had listened to it recently. I have not been breathing that great since that surgery. It's just like all of a sudden I have a weird breath instead of, it's like, well, at first it was like when you cry and you can't really catch your breath. So it's like a shudder breath. Um, oh, example, um, a really good example too. Wait, no, that looks like it's fine. Anyway, a good example is Greatest Showman. Um, the singer, I can't remember her name. She sang Never Enough. Um, anyway, the singer on there, she was crying during her last performance, and if you're listening just right, you can hear, um, she kind of does a when she's singing, kind of breath. So, so, all of a sudden the Haunted Mansion got a little bit louder. And they're singing Grim Green Ghost. Anyway, so, so I was telling you about the story. So anyway, they do get underway, and, or, no, wait a minute. Before they got underway, I think it was Michelangelo, called his friend Danny, Danny Valentine, and I just really like that as a last name. I was trying to make it, I was trying to make it Valentine, but then I was like, that doesn't sound right. I'll just stick with Valentine. I like it as a last name. I know Valentine's Day and all that, but I liked that as a last name. Like I looked up. I'm just gonna throw out Italian last names, but maybe that's not where I got it. I don't. I'm not sure. But anyway, I just looked up some last names from a certain thing, and it just happened to Valentine just happened to be there. So I was like, okay, it is a last name, and perfect. Um, but I think I did it because of Valentine's Day. I don't know what my original inspiration for that being the last name, but anyway, um, but anyway, Danny comes and he asks, just like he's been, uh, living on a ship all of his life, permission to come aboard, Captain, and stuff like that, and he gets permission, and then the thing is that um, the captain, Holly, doesn't want him given his uh, given her sister uh, kisses because she doesn't have a boyfriend. She's go out with the guy for a little while and then, or maybe even just one date, and she knows, pretty much instantly that's not the guy for me. Well, eventually, because I don't remember a whole lot of stuff that happens in that book right now, um, except for the stuff that's not mentionable on a family friendly stream. Um, I can usually remember that a lot, you know, that kind of information. But, but it's, my husband says that I write romance novels, but I really don't. Like, romance novels usually describe the kisses. Totally describe the kisses. They go into details, all that. I just say they went into a room, shut the door. They're going to go kiss on the bed. That's the most. I mean, that's the best way I could say it without getting not family friendly. Um, anyway, you know what's going to happen, but I don't describe anything except for in this book. Oh, it's called Slave. I forgot, and I just remembered that it's called Slave, and there's a really good reason for that, but we haven't gotten there yet. Anyway, they end up in Hawaii. And before they get to Hawaii, some enemy pirates have uh, given kisses without permission a lot. But to the women in the crew, they uh, tied up the guys in the brig probably. Um, like I said, I haven't listened to that one in a while. I don't know exactly all the details, um, but yeah, they get to Hawaii, so they're having a luau or some kind of party, and I think it was a luau. Anyway, where there's dancing, there's people just laying on the beach trying to get a tan. Probably some people going in the water, but this is a dream I had, so there was nobody in the water. Um, but all of a sudden, there's this pirate ship just coming in. We'll say that this. Okay, wait. We'll say that this is the water line. Well, there's a ship coming in, like right there. The corner of. Holly can see it out of the corner of her eye. And she mentions, "Isn't that ship getting, closer?" They were talking about it, and he goes and says that it. What is his name? Now that I think about it, what is his name? I can't remember. Oh no, I can't remember his name. It's kind of important. Um, it's really important. I can't remember what letter it starts with. Well, that's the wrong direction. We were trying to go this way to make sure that this is all stone and not like the other three over there. Um, yeah, I can remember his last name. Dang, I can't remember his first name. I, I, I can't remember his first name at all. Oh my goodness. Because it's not Michael. um, I can't remember his name. Holly, and it's not Jonah. Because Because we only have 2 Jonahs. Um. Dang. Oh, well, I've got Excel open. I could find out, I think. Oh, I don't have any chapters for. Okay. Don't have any chapters for slave. Okay. Um. Well, I know that I have a way to find out. So let's. Not Kelly. Mick! That's his name. Okay. I couldn't remember. I could not remember. Um. So anyway, we're gonna call him Mick, but she doesn't know this yet. She's she doesn't have any idea what his name is, and he doesn't have any idea what her name is. But they start kissing, and then they end up on his dad's ship. Now, this isn't his father's ship, his dad's ship. Because, no, 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 no. Wrong thing. I know what my intentions were on this, but no, wrong thing. Anyway, they end up on his dad's ship. He's adopted by the captain, and the captain has told Mick that his parents are dead. So he just assumes that it's true. Even though he's a pirate, why would you believe a pirate? Oh my goodness. But that's why I wrote the story. Oh, that's why. Okay, I get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. What? Yeah. I'm only planning on being here until 11, but you know how that goes. Not today. I figured you're just practicing your sleeping. Well, then you should have stayed until 11. Kidding. Obviously, husband's up. What's it called? Oh, okay. So apparently, there's a movie called Sleeping Beauty out there, and it was a little too weird for my husband, and he ended up turning it off. And I'm just guessing that it was probably written and produced in, like the 2000s, the last 25 years. Oh, and it's Australian. Australian like black sails, or more Australian like pirate, like the pirate movie. Oh. And where did we find this? Okay, let's just put it this way. Okay, there's a TV show question mark. Might be a movie miniseries. Anyway, that is very risque. That is Shatana's level. Yeah, this stuff is like super Shatana's level. The Sleeping Beauty that he was just watching. So hold on, I'm gonna unplug real quick because I've got to say something and y'all can't hear that. We'll have this discussion in a little bit. Okay. Anyway, yeah, it sounds interesting, but it sounds like it should not have been on YouTube. Who? Okay, so I'm just saying, but in um Tomb Raider? Yeah, okay. In Tomb Raider with Angelina Jolie, um in that one they have a very interesting scene uh where Daniel Craig's character, cuz Alex, his name is Alex West. Um so Alex has just gotten out of the shower because he's hearing weird noises outside the bathroom and he doesn't know where they're coming from. Well, he ends up opening up the front door and there's the maid and he's totally startles her. He goes, um excuse me, senora, or well, he said it in whatever language they're talking, but anyway, he totally startled her. Well, then he goes into the room and you should be able to see his whole entire front, but the cameraman was very clever and covered up that part of his body. But you could totally tell that he's like supposed to be not wearing anything. Well, apparently, that movie that I mean, but they don't seem to mind when it's a girl's front half because they went and showed okay, I can't remember the other example, but Trading Places, and one of the dancers at the party, um, okay, uh, Dan Aykroyd is Winthrop, but I can't think of the other guy's name. Wait, Winthrop? That doesn't sound right. Okay. Do you remember what Eddie Murphy's character was named? Well, okay, his last name was Valentine, but we have no idea but we can't remember his first name. Anyway, Eddie and Valentine was having a party, and um, one of the female partygoers decided to take her top off. I don't think that's okay. I don't think that's okay, especially when kids are going to watch YouTube all the time. Um, what? And they may come across that movie. It's like the time when we were at the library and there was clearly a rated R movie in the children's section of the videos. And we pointed out to librarian, and librarian was pretty much like, I don't care. They weren't that rude, but it's pretty much like, I don't care. It's one of our movies. Can't help it that it's in the kids section. It's like, that's not where it should be. It should be over here. Because it had, I think, had bad language. It was rated R for a reason. You don't just, make something rated R and then still say it's a kids movie. It's not okay. It was like, I don't know. I want to say it was like Short Circuit 2, or maybe it was Pretty Woman. I don't know. It was something that shouldn't have been there. We knew it shouldn't have been there. It might have even been Point Break with Patrick Swayze and Keanu Reeves. I don't know. It was something. It's like, it was like the librarian had not seen that movie, so they didn't know it was that bad. It was not a children's movie. And we did. So we did our due diligence and tried to convince them to uh, reorganize it to another section, but that's what happened the second time. Yeah, and the second time something got done about it. The first time, I don't think it did. I think it just got put back on the shelf, like after we left, probably. Oh, anyway, I was telling you about Holly. So Holly ends up, Holly and Mick end up bouncing from his dad's ship, where he's got this twin bed. um it's a twin bed, but it's got like a accordion kind of doors to go, to like kind of wrap around it, so it's all dark inside. And that's the way his dad, remember he's adopted, but that's the way his dad punishes him, because he knows that Mick gets claustrophobic and does not like the dark. Well, he only gets claustrophobic if he can't move his arms and legs, and they always chain him to the, where the headboard would be. They always chain him to that, and so he definitely cannot move his arms and legs. Um, and I don't plan to tell you anything, like really super, uh, but, this one's more of a romance novel right now. And I've got to fix that, like just have it to where they go in the room and they're talking to the guys and leave it at that. But but when I was originally writing it, I was like, by the time this one comes out, I'll be probably 60 and I won't care. But I think I will. I don't know. But yeah, I'm working on my. Anyway, one of the ships that they end up on, you know, Holly gets like too many kisses and she actually passes out. Um, and that is probably because in the Bible there actually was somebody who got too many kisses, and she ended up getting she ended up getting back um to her master's house, or well, the house that he was staying at, and she died on the doorstep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that's in the Bible. I'm pretty sure more stuff has happened like that since, but it wasn't actually written down. But um, but Holly, she's she's part of the Pendragons, so she's very resilient. She's got uh, staying power, and she lives through that whole thing. And then her dad's ship, her dad is Michael. I was telling you a little bit about him yesterday. Her dad's Michael, and his ship comes to rescue them and succeeds. And then, I'm not telling you any details, obviously, so I hope you'll still want to read the book. But yeah, so it gets to be bedtime, and and Holly's got one of Mick's arms and saying, he's got to sleep in the room with me. I'm not letting go. And Michael's like, he is not staying in the room with you. You are going to let him go. And so they're pretty much, 1, 2, 3, they're fighting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. No, that's going to be grass too. 3, 4, 5. There we go. Okay. Let's get this figured out real quick, and then they're making him seasick. Pulling him this way, pulling him that way, pulling him this way, pulling him that way. Well, finally the um Alex and Jordan. Alex and Jordan 2, 3, 4, that 5. Okay. Um Alex and Jordan rescue him. He goes down, goes to the bathroom, and um and Holly and Michael walk down. Well, it ends up that Michael has attached one of the trundle beds to the wall, so he's nice and secure. Um, he's nice and secure. If there's a storm, he's not gonna, somehow wash out to sea unless unless the ship floods with water. He's not gonna go out to sea. Um, and they both, Holly is like sleeping, partially in the doorway, or at least her arm is, on the best trundle bed she could find, which is a brand new one. And, her boyfriend, Mick, they're holding hands. So, but in the morning, I think I named her Elsa. That sounds right. I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, I think I named her Elsa. She's German. She comes out and starts yelling at him in German. Well, he doesn't know German. He knows Gaelic and English. Um, but he doesn't know German. So later he's saying that some I think he said a German woman came out and yelled at him. Oh, Okay, that's a lot better word than what I thought I was reading. I thought I was reading idiot, and it wasn't. I read Pops first, and then I read idiot second, and yeah. But it wasn't idiot, it was Idriso. Because that's the little guy's name. I hate that. Oh, I realized why I did that too. I mean, why it did that though. Um, like when you're watching a YouTube video and you click on the right side so you can get the notifications out of your face because you happen to have the YouTube window shrunk down so you can do other things on your screen. Um, and you have the YouTube window right there where the right there in the right hand corner where the notifications show up. Yeah. So I do want to say that um the 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 incision spots that I got when they took out my gallbladder are healing very nicely. I I'm one of those people that likes to pick at imperfections. I'm gonna throw that out there again. Um, I am being very careful to not mess with them. But every once in a while, it's like, you just gotta try it. Yeah. But I'm not succeeding, so it's good. I didn't know Disneyland or California Adventure sold cards. If I was gonna get cards, I would definitely get, some kind of Disney-fied ones. Yeah, I mean, if I was gonna get them from Disneyland or California Adventure, I would definitely get Disney ones. Like Mickey Mouse cards or I I would hope that whatever kind of cards that people are able to buy, it would have like say um the king or the ace would be Mickey Mouse, and then well yeah, I guess the king would be Mickey Mouse, the queen would be Minnie, but oh, the jack would definitely be Goofy. Um you know, and like that. Yeah, I would hope that would be like that. Yeah, I don't exactly remember what happens after that though. I know that they got onto the ship and oh well okay, so they had breakfast in the dining room. Um and because Michael is trying to keep uh Mick away from Holly at all costs, he's got like the little kindergarten table in the corner at the bottom of the stairs. Um, anyway, in the corner at the bottom of the stairs, and uh, they're trying to figure out what he can eat because they're having donuts that morning, and he reveals that he's allergic to chocolate. I have a cousin that's allergic to chocolate. It really can happen. She's got Down syndrome, but what? Yeah, I have a father-in-law who's allergic to chocolate too. So anyway, my cousin has Down syndrome, but she's allergic to chocolate. And then my father-in-law, he's yeah, he gets a rash if he has too much chocolate, which is kind of funny because that's what our last name is. Um, and I can reveal that because like I said, I'm trying to get people to buy my books. I'm an author. I wrote all those books. I edited, edited all those books. Um, I put them on Amazon and re-edited some of them. But anyway, I put them on Amazon and I got them all perfect and everything. And now I'm working on the next book. I probably should have. Okay, so instead of doing Lessons in Love, I probably should have done um, Jake's book, Finding Love, because I'm trying to get to the point where I've got all of those. I'm trying to get to the point where I've got all of those written out and everything, and then we can go and start having people making babies and uh, starting to connect up Pirate's Daughter and that whole set of books with Esperanza's Party, The Island, and all those set of books. Because if I can do that, then I won't feel so bad that it just seems, it seems weird that we tried to make, like, after I'd already. Oh, thank God that wasn't louder. Hi! Settle. Settle. It is not in your way! Settle! He is literally trying to push my lap desk away. It's so funny. Ugh. Anyway, Holly Holly dictates that they are not. I mean, that he's not gonna try a chocolate donut because whatever his thing is that they know that he's allergic. Whether he gets a rash or whatever. She does. Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm pretty sure that's what I made it, is that he gets a rash, but only in sensitive places. Thank you. That very much helped. um, yeah, so he only gets a rash in sensitive places, and she's like, oh, heck no. You're not having chocolate. So he ends up with orange juice and like strawberry donut or something like that. Ooh, strawberry donut. That sounds really good. I've never had a strawberry donut, but it sounds really good. Except for the sugar. It's really weird because it's really weird because they said that I wasn't diabetic and I'm sensitive to sugar. For a little while there, it was like, okay, like I could have the peanut butter cookies and I was building up like, building up a tolerance for sugar, and then all of a sudden we couldn't afford more of the grandma's peanut butter cookies, so I couldn't continue that. But then last time I had them, it was like, no, yeah, shouldn't have this sugar. No, no, no. So anyway, when I go to Dairy Queen, I get pineapple on my ice cream. Which is still sugar, but it's natural sugar. It's what I call God's sugar. God's sugar. Because Yeah, but it's different. It's obviously processed different. Pineapple, once upon a time anyway. Probably still, but I don't know this for a fact, but was grown in uh, Hawaii. Yeah, okay. Husband says they still make them there, but how do we know? We don't live in Hawaii. We've never been to Hawaii. I'm just saying. I think it would be nice to go to Hawaii, but I'm like really afraid that that would be the one week the volcano decides to erupt. No, because if you watch the news during certain parts of the year, it's like the volcano erupted, the volcano erupted, the volcano erupted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do they ever say the name of the volcano? I don't think so.
Right. San Francisco fell off from the ocean in '89.
No.
You can't always trust the news.
Oh wait, he's right though. You can't always trust the news. But they like never say the name of the volcano. I'm pretty sure it's got a name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, but maybe okay, I just thought of that. Maybe the name is like in Hawaiian and nobody can pronounce it. Or not nobody, but the
Sheep, shell. Wow. That morning just snapped in half.
um what kind of fork?
Plastic.
Yeah, but I mean the ones that
Old
I
favorite.
oh, weird.
Doesn't freaking work.
Happens every once in a while. Why don't you try a knife and a fork?
And a knife.
Oh,
That was Dr. Pancake.
okay. Okay, so he says he had the knife and the fork, and that was the result that it broke. So
Yes, I
happen
did. I actually have one.
happens every once in a while.
But you'd make me sound like a damn liar, even on your stream.
I am not.
Well, that sure what it sounded like to me.
Uh-uh. Because I know that that happens every once in a while. I don't know why, but okay. So we get the thicker plastic ones. Um,
Thicker my butt.
they are thicker.
Dollar store one lasts longer.
Whatever. Anyway, we get the thicker forks because they actually pick up stuff like hot dogs and they'll actually yeah, because I have to cut them up and not use bread. Well, one of these days I'm gonna get brave and see if we can actually um figure out if that's still true. But anyway, I usually just cut them up and eat them. Um or I'll just spear it on the fork and just eat the ends until I get down to the middle. And um oh, yeah, they ended up on I forgot about that. Mick and Holly ended up on her ship too. And she had him tied to her bed or chained to her bed. And he's upset about that because he thought that they were getting along nicely and she says something like uh I want to know where to find you. Something like that. Anyway, it's mostly a good book, but it's got a little too much romance novel kind of stuff um for some viewers. I mean, some readers, so want to go and change it a little bit and like add elements of what the other ships were doing at the time, because there's a mention that one of the girlfriends, I think there was a mention that one of the girlfriends, possibly Cammy, got and got a kiss from one of the enemy pirates, and she fought back. As soon as she could, she fought back and knocked him out or something. If not, maybe I will change it to that, because otherwise she kind of sounds like a wimp. But oh no, she wasn't there. The one that I'm thinking of, she wasn't there, but I do think that was part of the story, that somebody's girlfriend ended up getting, a kiss from an enemy pirate, and then the boyfriend, I'm pretty sure, got back at the guy later. But the one that I was thinking of, I don't think he was there. Ugh. I know there's other story elements that, um, like, like Oliver and Paige, they both came from New York, because that's where Ellen used to live, and then he ended up in France, and was pretty much drinking his life away, and in and out of jail, and uh you know probably had some fights against some people, like guys that wanted to steal his wallet or whatever. Or he used to fight against the bad guys in New York, to save him and his wife from getting beat up, or robbed or anything. Um anyway, so Paige and Oliver are from New York. Um Paige is Ellen's daughter, and Oliver is her boyfriend. But she never said anything to her dad about her boyfriend. She just said it was a classmate. So, uh, Paige was supposed to come home. Paige was supposed to come home right after, or go home right after um, right after they got home for the summer, and she didn't show up. So Oliver goes and packs his duffel bag. It's his brother's duffel bag from when his brother was in the military, and his brother is on his extended vacation. But Oliver always takes that with him. It's like his good luck charm. Um, Raphael's also got a duffel bag. He shows up a little bit later. Um, after Oliver shows up, he, explains who he is and everything. Oh, we've gone 10 minutes over. I'm sorry. Um, anyway, Oliver, shows up at the mansion and asks for Paige, um, and I think that was after he explained who he was to Sean. Anyway, so, a younger brother of somebody, because I can't remember who it was, got sent, to the infirmary, that, the hospital at the mansion. Um, he gets sent to the infirmary, and Paige comes out, and Okay. I wanted to be quiet for a minute because he's trying to uh, like sometimes his headset acts up, and so I wanted to make sure that it was working okay. Anyway, yeah, totally lost what I was saying. Oh, Oliver and Paige. So anyway, Oliver and Paige go back to the infirmary, and they are both supposed to be starting medical school in New York. Well, Oliver kind of later, Oliver decides that he wants to stay in Ireland because everybody's so nice, and they're treating him like he's one of the family, even though they just met him 5 seconds ago, kind of thing. And so Paige decides, okay. And she said that she has to go apologize to the medical school, and because Paige does not like Kelly. Kelly's the stepmom, and she's afraid that Kelly's going to be a stepmom like on Cinderella. But Kelly's not like that. She's not an evil stepmother. Just Paige has had an evil stepfather or stepdad, whatever you want to call it. Um, and she's afraid Kelly's going to be the same. Well, Oliver's trying to talk her out of it. Oliver had a conversation with them while while Paige went to go make those phone calls, and and he he thinks Kelly's a nice person. Well, of course Paige doesn't, but it turns out that she usually just says uh she's usually just talking uh mean about Kelly when she's tired. So, but she wouldn't tell what her brothers and sisters like. Um, her brothers and sisters are Ellen and Kelly's kids, but she wouldn't tell what they like, so Oliver couldn't get them anything. But he did get the parents something. He got Kelly a necklace, I think it was, and he got Alan a shot glass. Alan doesn't drink anymore, but he does collect the shot glasses. And this one is from uh, his hometown, the bar he learned how to drink at. You know. Okay, so this is bugging me. So, what game did you have on the screen just now? Did you say Thief? Okay. There's a game called Thief out there. And my husband was just playing the demo. But he said he doesn't quite understand the controls. And yeah, he the way he's talking is like it's not going to be a thing that he's probably going to be streaming or playing necessarily. Um, yeah, so usually if I'm talking about family members on stream, I'll go sister, husband, Um, but with our son, I usually go squibs. Yeah, stranger danger. Don't want people stealing our identity or anything like that. Um, I think, okay, so I think what I'm gonna do is I think what I'm gonna need to do is on every page have it say my name so nobody can actually steal my work because it's right there on it saying my name. I don't know. I mean, I've got it published, and I mean, I've got most of everything published, and not most everything. I've got a handful of my books published and ready to go, and they're already on Amazon. Yeah, but I think I want to put my. The thing was that one of the books I read um, had the title of the book on one side, and it had the author's name on the other side. And I just skipped something. Hold on a second. But anyway, I thought it was really cool, and I want to do that, but I don't know how because it wasn't giving me the option. I don't even know how to do page numbers. Hopefully, that's Walmart calling him for an interview. Okay, so he's on the phone right now, so I gotta be a little bit quiet. Wait. One, two, three. So, I just found out that there's gonna be a Dollar Tree in our neighborhood, and they're gonna be hiring for $12 an hour. Um, that'd be a lot less than what I was making before, but at least it was something. Oops. Okay. Oh, okay. So we'll go for 4.5 minutes and then end it. No. Oh. Okay, so I just learned that one of the places that we refused to take our car to just got sold recently. Because we refused to take our car to it because uh, there was. No, wait, that's the other place. Um, but we do refuse to take our car to it because we had a sad. Wait, no, the Malibu. The Yeah, I think it was the Malibu, and it got taken to custom creations, and they said it was totaled. It like wasn't in the custom creations lot. It was like at this other place. So we had to go all the way over there, and they said it was totaled, and I'm like, that's not what the car looked like when I looked at it last night. Of course, it could be that I was looking through the eyes of love because I was like so grateful that my husband was, home, alive, safe. But yeah, I think that's the one. Either. Oh no, the Saturn was definitely in Tahoe. Okay, so I don't know what's going on. I'll ask my husband in a minute. It's one of those things where they're having a conversation, and I'm just curious about what's going on. Yeah, because it can't possibly be the service provider, because she says so. So my mother-in-law goes and asks for help on things, like putting the phone together, or computers having a problem, and my husband goes and tells her it's probably this, and she goes, "Oh no, it can't be that. It's gotta be this." Yeah. It's like, well, if you knew, why didn't you fix it? That's not a nice big screen. That's little. That's a little screen. She's over here saying a 17-inch screen is a nice big screen. No, we have 365. What? What? Okay, what happened? Well, she's wrong, and yeah, 365's on it. Okay, so what else happened? Oh boy. At Custom Creations? Yeah, but weren't they the ones that were having problems with them